jest.
Angielski, test 1, 2, 3, 4, angielski.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the fifth International Rescue Conference, the state prospects and development of rescue, physical culture and sports in the 21st century. We call it rescue in short. Our idea is to unite for water safety. And today, our first part of our session will be opened by a person who has been present here many times before, took part in the ILSC committee. I would like to present with great pleasure Ms. Sandra Mazic, who's a full professor at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Belgrade. She's a dedicated volunteer with the Red Cross of Serbia. She has contributed to the advancement of first aid education and emergency preparedness. As president of Life Saving Association of Serbia, she has strengthened national initiatives in life saving and emphasized the integration of first aid into water rescue protocols as a cornerstone of public health and emergency response. Please welcome MD PhD Sandra Mazic.
First of all, I want to extend my gratitude to Professor Kali for calling me. And as you know, the topic of my presentation is concerning first aid and is there one protocol that can fits all. So I would like to start with what is the first aid. So it is immediate care you provide to someone who is injured or unwell, aiming to preserve life and prevent future harm, meaning we are usually doing it where it occurs. And so we, in fact, need different skills. One of them is, of course, water rescue. Talking about the water rescue, we are always thinking just about drowning, but is it just about drowning? We have to provide first aid for people who are in the water and out of the water. So what about emergency that are connected with environmental and temperature-related conditions, like it is sunburn or heat stroke? What about traumatic injuries? We see really a lot of them if we are working like pool guards, because with a slippery surface, they are breaking themselves all the time. Then we have some infectious and inflammatory. You think you cannot hear me? Okay. Infectious and inflammatory, two of them. Conditions, for instance, irritation with the chlorine. Not to forget many of these medical and metabolic emergency, first of all, heart attack, but what about syncope, seizures, epilepsy, and many other. Finally, there are some connected with animals, like jellyfish sting, bison strings, and back to the beginning, all of those that are connected with water immersion, meaning drowning, near drowning, and water intoxication. So having all that in mind, why are we really trying to standardize all of these procedures? First of all, from the medical point of view, we know if, all of us studies proven that if we have a standardized protocol, it is going to improve our skills, meaning that we are going to save the lives better. Then if you want to work in our neighboring country, like for instance, people from Serbia wants to work in Croatia, we need to have the same protocols. If we want to organize the competitions or if we want just to increase our cross-border tourism, it is very essential to have the same rules. So is there anything that is already done? Yes, there is. First of all, we have many of established protocols. One of them, or most comprehensive one, is this one from International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Cross Societies. And there are many specific ones. One of those is this that is used in our association. So I want just to remind you about ILS Medical Committee. They have on the site, as you can see, 26 recommendations. And very important for these recommendations is some of them, as you can see, like this aquatic disaster management is in progress. So we are every day putting the new ones, but there are also regularly updated according to the new medical rules and best practices. I want just to remind you that we have this European qualification framework. As you know, level from 1 to 4 are more hands-on orientated, and level from 5 to 8 are managerial one. But I'm putting this because in the 1 to 4 level, you have knowledge, skills, and competencies that are referring to the first aid. So many of things are already written. Then we have international certificates like this one from ILS, our umbrella organization, and it is very important to realize that some of them are more orientated towards the type of the water, and some of them are orientated to the equipment that we use, like rescue boat or jet ski or whatever. So is there one size or one protocol that fits all, or one protocol doesn't fit to everything? Just to remind you that we have 44 or 49, name it, countries in Europe. Some of them are in the European Union, some of them are not. And luckily for ILSE, majority of them are in our organization. What the similarities? First of all, water recreation for all of these countries is a very important part of everyday life. For those lucky ones, they also have this seaside tourism. Then there are some differences. First of all, the type of the water, but don't forget that connected with the water body, type of the water body, are also different water rescue and beach medical emergency. And to that, we have to adjust our protocols and also to adjust our equipment. And there is a different distance for medical services, also access to IID, or just use of oxygen. So if you ask, these are European countries, and you can see, do they have an ocean, lakes, and rivers? And just in alphabetical orders to show you. Of course, I'm from Serbia, so we don't have a sea, we don't have an ocean. Now we are in Poland. There is a sea, but if I can't choose, I would prefer to go to to the Mediterranean Sea, because I think it is better there. But medical emergencies are also going to be different here in Poland and in Spain. So I have to deal with currents, obstacles, accessibility, visibility. Professor Scali will have to deal with tides, marine life, hazards, long distances, limited immediate help. I'm not going through, just to know that it is totally different. And all of us have to think about some things that are connected with the pools. I already mentioned, of course, this slippery floor, but don't forget, for instance, electrical hazards. They can happen on the pool because of all pool equipment, and they are not likely to happen anywhere else. So there are differences, and European countries had different doctrines, training standards for lifeguards, water rescue, and beach safety. Then they have very different organizational structures. In some countries, they are island. In some other, they are coastal orientated, focused, and it is very important that in some countries they are led by volunteers, like the LRG, and in some countries they are state-led. And then there is a really very different national regulation concerning who can provide help, about his legal obligations, and all sorts of regulation, including oxygen that I already mentioned. So having that in mind, somebody will ask, okay, if everything is so different, can we harmonize something? What is the thing that we can do, and what can we improve? In my opinion, first of all, we know that CPR technique and AED protocols are the same for all of us. I think that we can make this minimal standard of the first aid. Something which can be standardized is this post-rescue care, including psychological first aid. And something that is, in my opinion, essential because of research, because of data that we are missing. We know that our national institutes of public health are collecting all the data, but they are not always related to the things that we want to know so we can improve our work. So I think these documentation templates should be harmonized and should be the same in all Europe. What we can try to do something concerning oxygen, but it is complicated because of local regulations, and also we can try to do something with the equipment. It is again problematic because it is connected, as you know, with some funds, let's say it money, but maybe, you know, we can think to make some kind of standardization in that field. What should remain flexible? First of all, scope of the first aid knowledge and skills, it has to be flexible because it depends largely on the water body that is there. Equipment, again, connected with the type of the water, legal scope, and there are also some cultural specificities that we can or have to take in consideration. So what is our vision for the future? First of all, we just tried, I will show you, to do survey in European countries about the procedures, about the equipment, about national legislation in each country with the aim to find this minimal common protocol all over Europe. We would like to make some joint medical workshops, regional cross-training, and of course some protocol sharing platforms. So according to this ILSE initiative, which is the European Qualification Framework 1 to 4, there are 17 medical conditions, and for each of them we write down, of course, topic, competence, knowledge, and skills, and we write the list of precisely what we want somebody who is providing first aid to do. So we will ask our friends to just tick what they are doing in their country or what they are not doing in their country. Why we didn't start yet? We didn't start because, as you know, guidance 2025 going to be there, published till the end of the year. There are some differences. For instance, I just pick one, and this is the one concerning immobilization of the neck. So they are changing some things. So that is the only reason we want to be up to date, that we didn't launch it already. And the other thing that we already done was this Erasmus Plus program, which we apply with the project name Water Safely, Water Safety and First Aid for Everyone. You probably know that in some European countries, namely 8 of them, water safety is under the umbrella of the Red Cross. In Serbia, it is the case. So some of our Balkan countries, together with our international friends, Professor Skali, so with help from friends from Poland, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, we apply for this project. Believe me, we were extremely close. So we think, or to say we plan to do it again, and maybe if some of you like to join, I think it would be a very good idea to expand this application. Let's say it like that. Of course, one of our special objectives was to make this e-platform for all Europe, to put in the platform best practices, and that is the way to go further on and to improve ourselves. So for the final thoughts, you're not going to believe, I have 3 minutes. First of all, our diversity. No, I'm totally stressed. You see that I'm speeding all the time. So diversity is our stress, not stress, strength. I'm in stress, yeah, okay. My cortisol is, okay, so our diversity is really our strength, because in that way we are putting best practices in, and we are trying to find best solution for everybody who is injured or has some medical problem. But my take-home message would be, with best practice sharing, with training, with modernization, with cooperation, we can make safer Europe, and keep in mind that united or together, we always can achieve much more. So this is our lifeguard from Serbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Profesor Sania. Bardzo dziękuję za dotrzymanie tematu.
Thank you very much for keeping the time. But I remind you that we meet as friends, and we should use the Tanzanian phrase Hakuna Matata. So let's stay in peace. So I would like to say something about the next presenter, Mr. Apoloniusz Kurylczyk, who is an academic and teaching staff member at the Institute of Spatial Economy and Socio-Economic Geography in Szczecin, author and co-author of publications on water safety, spatial management, and the use of modern technologies in water rescue operations. He gained his experience over the span of 10 years as a lifeguard at a seaside bathing area, so he knows how it looks like from the inside. Since 2003, he's a VOPR instructor conducting lifeguard training and specialized water rescue courses, as well as first aid instructor training. Since 2008, he has served as director of the West Pomeranian VOPR and currently holds the position of president of the West Pomeranian VOPR. He was a member of many international projects related to water safety, and he's a budget commission. He is a member of the budget commission of ILSE. So please welcome Apoloniusz Kurylczyk. The topic will be how and why Polish people drown. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the organizers, Mr. Professor. It's my pleasure. It's a great pleasure to stand before you and present my thoughts on analyses based on data. And thank you, Alexander, for what you said, that we are in this family atmosphere here. So if I extend my presentation a bit, I hope it doesn't hurt, but I will do my best to make it as effective as possible. But I also want to say so many things. I'm glad for what Sania presented in the previous presentation. I keep my fingers crossed for this project so our cooperation gets better, so that based on the resuscitation guidelines of the European Council passes and it becomes successful, just like European quality qualification. A few of these managers are here, so we have a few experts here on this project. So Klaus Wilkens, rest in peace, started this mission, and he showed us the direction. So in Poland, we have managed to introduce the 5th level at University of Szczecin, training experts on water rescue. One of the graduates, Anya, is here probably. Please raise your hand if you're here. Yes, there she is. So she is a graduate of this faculty. We also have Piotrek. I will not use your names, but we have 2 students here who had the pleasure to graduate from this from this faculty. So, but let's come back to my presentation. Why Polish people drown? This is a typical question from journalists, and everyone will have an answer. And what's interesting, each answer will be different, because we don't have a common answer why people drown. Because even if you can swim, in some situations could contribute to drowning. But in some situations, as I will show later, will diminish this risk. What did I base my data on? I have based it on police statistics from 2000 to 2024, and during that time, the lowest number was in 2011, and it was more or less 400 people, but the maximum was in 2000, drowning 2002, 741. In total, except 2025, we have almost 12,000 people. Since 2011, the place, 5 to 6 people annually drown in places that are guarded by a lifesaver. And those hundreds of people drown outside water guarded by lifesavers. Why do those people drown? We'll be talking about it later. This is the number of drownings in Poland over the years, and you can see that every few years there's a spike of several dozen %. But all in all, we see a downward trend of drowning. Please remember that this is also correlated to the reducing population. All in all, there are fewer and fewer Polish people. So, in terms of crew death rate, over the last 20 years, we are oscillating around 1.2, 1.3, but we are heading for 1.2. Taking into consideration all the rates, these rates should not go above 1.02. Where do they drown? These would be open waters, inland. We have over 400 kilometers of sea line. These drownings from the sea attract the biggest attention from the media. I think it's because there are many onlookers of these tragedies equipped with cell phones. Let's look at data analysis. I used the Pearson coefficient to compare, and I used Google Gemini to AI to compare it, and the data was that I used was weather-related factors and behavioral factors. I took long weekends during season, and I tried to see if this translated when people go to the seaside.
tym samym intensyfikacji.
and whether it intensifies
Pogodowe brałem pod uwagę
drownings. I also looked at weather,
dni. Tutaj
and I looked at the number of
Mały zaczynają się od 20
extreme heat,
Tutaj nawiązuję do kolegów z
which in Poland is around 39 degrees,
30 stopni w Polsce.
30 degrees, which we consider to be a heat wave already. I know that in some other southern countries this could be different. And I looked at how summers looked like, whether they were warmer than usual or not. And I also looked at sunshine days. So the conclusions are, the first one, heat waves days increase the risk. This is the biggest risk factor, because heat waves lead to mass and uncontrolled cooling search in water. So people search for cooling, search for ways to cool themselves down. And also I looked at temperatures and long weekends, but the correlation is smaller. This is my home region, Szczecin, in the northwest of Poland. 1.6 million people live there. We have 2 national parks there. We have lakes with area of over 1,600 hectares. We have 45 rivers and 3.7 million tourists. The infrastructure is not up to standard when it comes to welcoming so many people. So we have carried out a project in 2021 that encompassed children, encompassed 2,500 people. We surveyed, we ran over 300 surveys, 500 people surveyed. We used this data, and I broke it down into 4 modules with 11 questions. For example, which place do you normally choose when you want to bathe, or what are your swimming skills? How many days do you spend by the water, and what activities you do?
Było pytanie o umiejętności pływania, jakie są deklarowane. W żaden sposób nie mogliśmy ich tutaj sprawdzić, natomiast deklaratywnie.
When it comes to those swimming skills, these are the declared skills, so we couldn't verify it. But the question was, can you swim 200 meters in water? Another question was, would you be able to stay on top of the water, with no bottom under your feet for 2 minutes? So what I noticed was that swimming skills translate also into a bigger awareness of safety. The bigger the priority for safety, the bigger the declared skills and awareness in terms of swimming. So people who declared better skills are also those that rate safety measures, official safety measures higher.
Kwestie bezpieczeństwa, być może ze względu na brak świadomości, są dla nich zupełnie
people with lower skill have a tendency to rate it lower. And what are the gender impact? What is the gender impact? Men declare relatively higher swimming skills. For example, staying on top of water for 2 minutes, swimming 200 meters, sudden drop in water than women. Women, however, show greater awareness of the importance of learning to swim. Maybe this is down to the fact that men are more confident. Women tend to be more emotional and maybe more aware. The choice of bathing place, men choose by rule compliance. Women high skill choose by lifeguard present. Both men and women with low skill choose mainly water cleanness. So if I don't swim well, I care about how clear the water is. When it comes to age groups, I had a wrong opinion, and thank you, Roger Swinney, for enlightening me, because the data confirms that in age group 0-20, the biggest most often choose a bathing area with good regulations and guarded by a lifeguard. People in age group 21-40 declared that the cleanliness of water is the most important factor. So the intergender correlation, there is a clear relationship between age and priorities. Younger groups up to 40 are guided mostly by safety, and older people choose comfort and recreation. This can show why statistics of drownings are bigger in 50-plus age group. And this is maybe a signal for us to increase their awareness, because people, men, especially men over 50, are the biggest drowning group.
Tylko infrastruktura i czysta woda. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym
Dear guests,
do następnego wykładu zaprosić
I would like to
Akademii
ask
Wychowania Fizycznego imieni Jerzego
Professor Dr. Arkadiusz Stanula,
w Katowicach, kierownika
a
pracą
researcher at Jerzy Kukuczka Academy of Physical Education in Katowice, head of Sports Analysis Laboratory, author of nearly 300 publications and co-creator of 50 inventions and utility models. His research interests include, among others, exercise, diagnostic, optimization of sports, selection training effectiveness, as well as safety, and innovations in the field of sport and recreation, laureate of the Silesian Science Award, longtime athlete and coach in sport life saving. It's also my own VOP instructor. Please welcome Arkadiusz Stanula, Professor Arkadiusz Stanula, to talk about European water rescue, lifesavers, recruitment in Europe and selected countries. It's a great honor, Alexander, to be here among established experts. From this short note, you know that I primarily deal with sports. This is how I make a living, and rescue is my hobby. But when I work at university, I am obliged to pose questions. Why is it the way it is? And I focus on rescue and how we can prevent and predict risk of drowning. Therefore, if I want to ask a question, I need to look closer at the norms of lifesavers recruitment. I know how it is in my country, but I didn't know much from a formal point of view in countries where the drowning rate is much lower. So my immediate conclusion is to look at those countries and follow their best practices concerning water safety in Poland. These are common data. World Health Organization publishes data concerning drowning. At some point it wasn't really a big issue, but for some time now, especially last decade, we have had 2.5 million deaths due to drowning. This is not only due to sport or recreation, but also catastrophes and tragedies. In 2019, it was 236,000 deaths at the work age that impacts the GDP of every country. So it is indeed a big problem, but it is intensified in countries of low and medium development and lower in highly developed countries, but still in those developed countries it is a problem as well. Drownings also among children between 1 to 4. Global data and field research confirm that the burden of drowning depends both on the exposure to the water environment as well as supervision of adults, swimming skills, access to safe area, and also social factors such as working on water, transportation, alcohol. Also, the effectiveness of swimming skills in education in terms of safety, daycare over the youngest, and other factors matter. And the question that I pose is whether a rescue system translates into fewer drownings. Of course, when we deal with guarded places such as swimming pools, bathing areas in open waters, it's obvious that this should be a safe area where we can provide care. But I am more interested in those norms that are regulated by law. And here we have two major approaches. Something functions in Poland, something which is called hard threshold. So these are minimal manning for example, on swimming pools. And the second one is the risk assessment. What are the results?
Takie jest badanie przyczynkarskie. Jak już mówiłem, ratownictwo jest moim hobby.
As I said, rescue is my hobby,
Pod uwagę to, co powiem,
so
że kontynuował
maybe somebody can
punkt widzenia.
take my point of view and then continue it later, because if I present how I collected my data, when I travel around Europe, I noticed that there's not much care about people who bathe, for example, in Spain. And when I looked at the drowning rate, it was low. And I was in Italy. There were not Italy, Spain. There were not many lifeguards, or maybe they were hiding somewhere. But people seemed to take care of themselves. But in Poland, maybe because we had a tough time after the Second World War, we are taught this hard school to be raised in a tough way. And when you are at a bathing area, you can see that there's a designated area, and there's a man, there's a lifeguard who has a whistle, and if somebody crosses the line, he whistles and keeps order. So Apollonius already mentioned this about the rate. We have not managed to go down below the rate of 1. We were close at some point, but still way behind countries where the rate is 0.2 or 0.4. These are the results. Drowning, crude death, drowning per 100,000. We have access to the sea. We have many lakes. There are 2 countries, Switzerland and Austria, doesn't have access to the sea. The exposure to water is slightly less, smaller. So how do we collect data? I collected it. I translated my query, how many lifesavers are needed in a given country, and I looked at fora and see what those regulations were. When it comes to Poland, these are drownings on areas under strict supervision of lifeguards. In 2001 we had a tough time. It was 12 drownings. These were accidents, but the trend is going down, so I hope it'll continue. In Poland, at a swimming pool, we take the length of the pool.
Druga długość wyznaczająca obszar kąpieliska. Jest to sztywne, jest to wielu.
And this is decisive.
Koszty zatrudniania dodatkowych ratowników. Sam pamiętam, pisałem.
And when I wrote in 2000, when I looked at regulations in 2002, 2010, because there's some misunderstanding in terms of how long the pool is, because how do we measure the pool length? And
sportowcy pod okiem trenerów i instruktorów pływania muszą jeszcze dodatkowo mieć 2 ratowników. To oczywiście bardzo mocno podraża eksploatację tego obiektu.
For example, if we have a 25-meter pool, there's a misunderstanding how to measure it, and this increases costs. So we have one rescuer for 25 meters, 2 and 3 depending on the distance. And custodians didn't know how to interpret the regulations, and there was some misunderstanding how to measure the pool, and it was a big mess in terms of regulations. And a friend of mine wrote the ministry to specify what it actually means, 25 meters, and they introduced this symbol, equal or smaller. Now, when it comes to open waters, we have inland and sea areas where we have one from the land side and one from the water side. We have one lifeguard and 3 in the seaside.
Co z tego, że fajnie my zabezpieczamy ogromnym kosztem linię brzegową w ciągu dnia, jak większość przypadków utonięć.
And when it comes to basins
Niestety my nie mamy elastycznego systemu
of over 100 square meters and depth of 0.4 meters in the deepest place. A similar system and solutions when it comes to legislation is in Italy, is an act of 18th of March 1996, so it's not the newest one, and there's a clause that says that if the basin is over 50 meters or there are more than 20 people, there should be 1 or more lifeguards.
O szerokości 12,5 metra, to jest taki standardowy, najczęściej występujący, ma 312 metrów. Dla tego basenu potrzeba 2 ratowników.
And for basins over 400 meters, 2 lifeguards. In Poland, we have 2 lifeguards needed for a smaller area, over 300 meters. And when I look at Italian information, I saw alarming situations, alarming information that they are searching for lifeguards because there are fewer people willing to guard water. In France, there's a flexible system. There's something called Plan d'organisation de la surveillance et des secours, POSS, developed by the operator of the basin, the facility. And if somebody is qualified by to be a lifeguard, they can supervise also somebody with a diploma, safety diploma for water rescue. And French law does not regulate a minimum number of rescuers. It is assumed that 1 lifeguard per 25 people in water. And if a basin is not guarded, a person can bathe at their own risk. In Switzerland, there was an alarming information in the media that 40 people drowned in 1 year, and this was a big deal, whereas in Poland there's around 400 people that die annually.
Była informacja,
so-
że kupimy się na własne ryzyko.
This is
Odsyłam do publikacji, w której
Austria,
no i Hiszpania,
Spain.
tym się różni od tych poprzednich krajów, że w Hiszpanii jakby
In Spain,
każdy region ma
every
swoje
region
regulacje,
has its own
te normy. Też odsyłam do
regulations
bardzo
and
ciekawe,
norms. So please study this
szkoda, że na tej
because
sali
it's interesting.
są przedstawiciele środowisk
It's a
prawniczych,
pity
naukowych.
that we have
Szkoda, że nie ma polityków, którzy o tym
representatives of science, education, but we have no politicians here because they
Dziękuję
they
bardzo.
should take a closer look at what's happening. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie profesorze, ale wszystko,
Thank you,
co
professor.
robicie na tej sali, jest rejestrowane.
Everything that happens here is transmitted and registered
Można będzie to,
on YouTube, so
zawsze
you
się
can
wywołać.
refer to it if necessary.
Szanowni państwo,
Ladies and
wczoraj,
gentlemen, yesterday
jeszcze małej takiej pomyłki.
there was a small mistake,
Przepraszam, bo
so
zapomniałem
please
jeszcze
excuse me. I forgot to mention
przedstawicieli
representatives of Georgia who are here. So the number of countries is growing, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's my pleasure to invite Julian Otto from Lübeck, Germany, who works in Lübeck in the city authorities, and she's a lawyer and is a clerk in the economics and real estate department. And since 2013, she has held key leadership roles in DLRG, qualified instructor, IRB referee, earned silver and bronze medals at 2013 IRB European Championships and placed 6th in 3 disciplines at Rescue 2014 in Montpellier.
Europy IRB w 2013 roku oraz zajęła 6. miejsce w 3 konkurencjach podczas Rescue 2014 Montpellier. Do wygłoszenia referatu działania w zimnym środowisku projekt hipotermii zapraszam panią Joannę.
Hypothermia, environment, Julian Otto.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Alexander. It's a great honor.
Jane.
So, it's really small. Water is our element, but it can also pose a potential fatal danger. In cold water, the human body cools down rapidly, which not only impairs performance, but also become life-threatening. But what happened to the body in cold water? How long can lifeguards operate safely in low temperatures, with or without protective clothing? These are questions addressed by a recent research project by the German Life Saving Association, the DLRG, which I am pleased to present you today. The aim is to develop clear recommendations for operation under cold conditions. Why this research is necessary? Until now, there have been no binding temperature limits for life-saving operations using different types of protective clothing. Some standards exist, but they are made for industry or ships, not for the dynamic swimming lifeguard missions. Now picture a lifeguard in a survival suit. We have it. Paddling through the surf on a rescue board to reach a drowning person. That will not work. It's impossible. The Cold Water Project aims to fill this gap by focusing on real-world conditions in life-saving, including training, exercise, and actual deployments. A particular focus lies on understanding how quickly hypothermia sets in various water conditions and how cold affects the motor and the cognitive performance of rescue personnel. The insights will help us to improve training guidelines, tactical recommendations, and personal preparation for operations. We held 3 workshops with 19 volunteers aged 18 to 70, all with prior medical and ethical consent. They were various types of protective gear provided by the DLRG Equipment Center. Nothing new, only the things we already have, including swim wear with a lycra, shorty wetsuits, swift water rescue wetsuits, and dry suits. And they performed typical water rescue tasks: swimming, wading, working with rescue boards, kayaking, not tying exercises, and concentrate tasks. We measured the core body temperature and skin temperature continuously. Later you will see pictures. The water temperature was 6 to 21 degrees in 3 stages in the 3 workshops. Activity profile and duration, environmental conditions like air temperature, wind, humidity, the reaction time and the fine motor skills, and the recovery after exertion. So was there an after drop or rewarming duration? In total, tens of thousands of data points were collected, approximately 4,000 per participant per workshop. These data are currently being consolidated and statistically analyzed. What did we expect to outcome? In the coming months, the project team will complete the statistic analysis and prepare academic publications and develop first operational guidelines for the DLRG leadership. We plan to make a fact sheet and pocket cards for the lifeguards, to update the lifeguard training modules, publications in professional journals, for the logical base for the upcoming ice rescue training directive, equipment and training concepts for thermal protection and hypothermia prevention, and to increase the awareness of recovery time following cold water deployments. This is very important because now the leaders don't think about recovery time. You're warm again, okay, you're fit now, but it's not this. For the participants and support staff, the project has already proven to be a valuable source of insights. It raised awareness of the risk of cold water and lays the groundwork for improved operational readiness, enhancing safety for both the rescuer and the people we save. Besides the scientific aspects, the logistical effort was also noteworthy. Around a dozen of volunteer supporters worked at each workshop, along with safety teams in the heating tents, an ambulance with their medical supplies, and the numerous questionnaires and evaluation forms, all in the spirit of practical and realistic research. So far, 4 volunteers now have spent many of hours analyzing the data, normalizing it, and drawing initial conclusions. But it's a long way to go. Here you can see a temperature curve and the drop of the body temperature and the sequent overcompensation until normalization. New for us was the overcompensation of the body every time, as you can see here. They've been in the water, got cold, got out of the water, and then get a light fever before the temperature normalized again. All people has to fill in these questionnaires when arrived on Friday and after each water session and a few days after the workshop. It's how old are you, how fit are you, how often do you sports, how often do you sport in cold water, what are your knowledge in life-saving, And do you have cramps very often? Do you had cramps now? Everything like this. These are evaluated, but not. These curves are more work than they thought it would be. These are the data profiles. I don't understand them, but I have statistical medicals for them, and they will say what I have to say in the next workshop. So what we found so far. The initial results are promising. Commonly used personal protective equipment, our PPE, provides sufficient protection in typical water temperatures, provided that the exposure time and the activity levels are appropriately managed. One key factor in heat retention is the head protection, which is often inadequately addressed in our current PPE designs. And additional findings include the cold water acclimatization, which improves performance and should be integrated early into training programs. There were 2 people with regular ice swimming. They react totally different in this workshop than all the others. Then post-operation recovery is essential to minimize after effects. The participants reported feeling fully recovered only by the Thursday following the workshops. So 3 days of recovery after 4 times of hypothermia. The rescue without the protective equipment is possible under certain conditions, provided exposure time and environmental factors are carefully considered. So acute water rescue is often possible without any protective clothing. We thought ice rescue would not be possible in a swimming suit. It is possible without hazard for the lifeguard if there is a reheating program after it. And active and passive rewarming strategies should be standard components in every deployment. Not only tents, but also heat packs or heaters, warm drinking, warm food. And enough food. Nutrition is another fact they saw that it's important to get enough calories. So next steps is to complete the statistic analysis, prepare publications. One is now in the DLRG internal, der Lebensretter, it's a DLRG journal, then professional journals and scientific publications, tactical findings for operations, and to discuss the results with the training department. It's my colleague there. We have to discuss it. Here you can see the measures. The first is you have to eat it, and the other is for the body for skin temperature. You can see the measure. We have different types of skin measuring with these. Infrared. They used different one because they was not the same. They were not the same. And all these data. And here the most important. That's a team. Some of the lifeguards swimming, the rescue team, the analyzing team, and the most important, very warm and food. So our mission is clear. We must equip and train the lifeguards to operate safely and effectively, even under extreme conditions. And this project brings us a significant step closer to achieve this goal. So let's work on it. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, Juliana.
Thank you very much, Julian. for this lecture. Thank you. I'm happy that this Congress contributes to the development of your family, and I'm happy that at this Congress we have younger generations, and everything we do for our kids. So thank you for bringing your kids to Bydgoszcz. Dear guests, I would like to invite a representative of Maritime Search and Rescue Service SAR and VOPR and Fly to Rescue. Active in water rescue since 2001. From the beginning of his career, has been associated with the Sopot VOPR. For the past 2 years, he has worked with Maritime and Rescue Service, where he's responsible for launching and managing the drone program. He has repeatedly used drones in real search and rescue operations. For 7 years, he's been promoting the use of unmanned aerial vehicles. And we admired in 2022. Thank you for those shows. And Mr. Maciej Dziubik definitely is the top of the top of people who work with drones. So please welcome Maciej to talk about 7.5 drones in water rescue, from support to a systemic solution. Good morning. As Alexander introduced me, thank you very much for the honor to be here. As it was said, I have been in this service for several years, and Fly to Rescue is not a company. I hope that this is a society that will focus, that will collect drone pilots in water rescue. Why 7.5? Because for 7 years I have been talking about drones, and this is my 5th conference related to drones. I will be talking in Dęblin soon, so it'll be 7.6. This is Międzyzdroje beach, and you can see the beach from the bird's eye view. And you see how this can contribute to safety provision in a public water bathing area. So drones are a field that has been developing the fastest in terms of legal, technological, and operational aspects. The drone is a tool. People, procedures, technologies are its core. In 2002, I was here, 2022, and this is the presentation that I showed in Sopot as well. And when we look at the organization, at the workshops, most of the organizations started to use drones. For example, Nadgoplański VOPR or Kujawian Pomeranian, Western Pomeranian VOPR, and mountain teams, all the search teams have drones, SAR as well. This is a central training concept. I showed slides regarding a comment that I made in 2015 when I talked when drones would be starting with a button and will be automatic. And what happened now? The future is now. I showed software and drones that could be deployed in Gdańsk Bay. And what happened? Drones in docks, boxes are on the market currently. There are several dozen of them, smaller, bigger. In Poland, we have 30 types of drones in power industry, and they are in a standby mode. And when it comes to services in the USA, police and firefighting service use drones. Also, Australia services, we have a dog that serves. And in Yantar 2022, there was an action to search a victim in the water, and a man is standing on top of a truck, and from people looking from the beach, and this is what we see. But if we had used a drone, we would see this, and with good visibility, especially when the water is clear. Baltic has a good visibility. We can see a victim even 3 meters underwater. This is the reality. This is 2023 action, and this is a person underwater. He was identified by a drone. Unfortunately, this person did not survive, but if we have a pilot, a drone pilot who is experienced, he can find a victim underwater. This is the legal ramifications to directives from the European Union introduced in Poland based on aviation law. Two directives are 116 pages, and then another one 40 pages, so we have almost 200 pages of legal acts. And in Poland it's 22 pages, so as compared to the European Union, it is still a little. The driving law is over 500 pages in Poland, so there's still a room for improvement. Polish Aviation Act ends in December. We are talking about open and special scenarios, ends in December. I have to cut it down and shorten my presentation, so please excuse me that I run. The differences between pilot and operator. So this is something to be interested in. Obligatory insurance, personal liability for the operator will be necessary. There are financial punishments, penalties. So who can be a pilot, and what happens when they destroy or overtake a drone? So all of these situations will be regulated. Drone as part of the system. Around the drone, there's a person, a pilot, there's a team, a leader. That's a good thing if he is there. There are certain authorizations. There are some flights, training and action. There's an organization operator, there's management, there's goal, readiness, planning, documentation, analysis, purchasing, law, processes. And in this puzzle, The most important are people. The equipment is the least important, but the most important is the goal, the leader, the team, and the pilot team. And we have two ways. We can go in the direction of occasionality, improvisation, or we'll see how it's going to be, or we can go into the direction of responsibility, repetitiveness, awareness, accessibility, and inspiration. I would like to say a few warm words about WOPR from Gniewińskie. They said, I have a small budget and I will buy a drone and I will invest in drones and people and batteries. So this is the responsibility. A few actions in Międzyzdroje. We were looking for a man. We conducted several flights together with Anya. These were the conditions. Unfortunately, we did not succeed. And this was in Sopot. We had 2 drones to do a few search flights. This is the analysis stage where you can analyze how you fly. An interesting field in drone application is the analysis of spills. This is contamination of water in Darłówko. The drone helped in analysis of the impact of the spill. But we can also evaluate the impact of cyanobacteria. We can evaluate the size. We also have whales. This year there was a whale in Międzyzdroje, so the drone allowed us to evaluate the humpback, and we had an action of untangling the whale from the nets. Our main purpose is to search for people, and these are our units, deployments along the Baltic Sea line. We have 61 trained pilots. We have 9 drones with accessories. All of our training, all of our staff is trained. This year we have had 505 flights, 3 actions related to contamination. Over 113 hours in air, over 1.2 K flights distance, kilometers distance. In Bydgoszcz 2025, between 26th, 27th of August in Świnoujście, there was an action to fight the contamination of the sea. We had over 400 participants from 7 countries in the field training exercise. What's the future? We write letters for Santa Clauses to invest. Maybe at the next conference I will be able to show other equipment. Another inspiration and project is firefighting service. One national coordinators, 700 pilots. a lot of work done during the flooding recently. A great one is TOP, the mountain service, mountain rescue. They have individual authorization to use. The drones can be used to transport as well the equipment. This is what's happening in Australia. 300 aircrafts, over 50 pilots, 42,000 flights last year. US Coast Guard. In 2023, there was a program introduced to use small drones. This year, they deploy a project in every Coast Guard action will be accompanied by a drone, which is quite interesting. We talked with Marysia about using AED, the defibrillator. There is a drone carrying an AED. It's one of the best drones in Europe to have conducted 4 flights. This is a great PR for drones. So there's no good PR for drones. We are bombarded with information that a drone fell into a building or a drone bombarded somebody, or during the war we hear about drones. So let's improve this PR for drones. This is Szczecin situation. This is an action to promote drones. When we talk about a systemic approach, we talk about people and equipment. If a drone finds a person and can help during a rescue mission, in the end, it's a person who rescues, not the drone. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie Macieju.
Thank you, Maciej. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our last presenter this session, Mr. Professor Bałżan Zakirian from Kazakhstan, from the Sports and Tourism University. He's a teacher, manager, and I've had pleasure many times to be his guest in Almaty. Thank you very much for this. Professor Bałżan Zakirianov will be talking about safety on water, which is the basis of human life saving. Please.
Dzień dobry, drodzy klienci.
Good morning, friends, good friends. This was in Polish.
Перед началом своей презентации я хотел немножко познакомить с начальными данными о Республике Казахстан.
From the initial data related to Kazakhstan, such as area, population, I can say that Kazakhstan is on the 9th place in terms of territory area. And as of now, it's 2,700,000 square kilometers. Population is at over 20 million people. There are 86,000 rivers and lakes. 46,000 is a risk to some extent. The length is over 50,000 kilometers of rivers. Kazakhstan is a field, mostly field, flat field area, and access is on both sides. So there are two banks on each side of the river. So this increases the risk. The bank line is longer than the equator. Water safety is an important topic for Kazakhstan. That has a lot of water, even though we don't have access to the sea, but we have many accidents on water, especially in the summer season. And every year we witness accidents because people don't know basic rules. This refers primarily to unhappy accidents while playing on water. This also relates to the catastrophes associated with water. There are 48,000 water basins. There's Caspian Sea and other lakes and rivers in the Almaty Oblast circuit. There are many accidents in illegal bathing areas. Every summer there are dangerous currents, underwater currents, deep whirlpools and cold waters and sources, and of course ignorance and this is important to draw people's attention to water safety, because we have months of water safety within the frames of these trainings. There are instructors and lifeguards who guard water basins and bathing areas. There are areas that are marked as unfit for bathing. These are general data that I mentioned. We have a lot of rivers, as you can see, with long lengths, and these are the rivers that go through Kazakhstan. Responsibility and control. The Ministry of Emergency Situations of Kazakhstan works on reducing the number of accidents. They carry out activities before the summer season. The ministry reminds people of safety rules. Rescuers and the military conduct regular patrols aimed at preventing incidents and improving public safety using specialized equipment.
Патрулирование осуществляется с использованием специальной техники, аэролодок, квадроциклов.
These equipment includes boats, quads, ambulances, and amphibia.
Особое внимание уделяется местам массового отдыха, а также участкам, где купание
Special attention is paid to illegal. In the spring of 2025, rescue services from Almaty and Astana survey controlled, checked big water basins in the area. And there were informational talks during which vacationers and fishermen were talked to about the basic rules. Despite all of this, the number of drownings is a big problem. As for September 2025, we have had 722 swimming spots permitted.
Так, согласно данным статистики, на начало летнего сезона было 722 разрешенных для купания места. Было установлено 6730 предупреждающих
6,730 no swimming warning signs installed.
218 спасенных, среди которых
Almost 5,000 violators were held liable. 218 people rescued, including 71 children, but unfortunately 115 people drowned. Luckily 23% less than the same period last year. All the mishaps were due to breaking regulations. The biggest reason was no swimming skills, drowning under the influence, or ignoring safety rules, breaching sailing regulations. And diving is getting increased popularity, and those divers just buy equipment and start to dive without proper preparation or certification. Unfortunately, very often they end up badly due to panic or lack of skills. And it is alarming to think that up to 12% it's children up to 12 years of age, and also children who are without any care from adults. And since the beginning of 2025, 11,000 children have been trained. And after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, this training has slowed down because there were no finances and infrastructure, and trainers would leave abroad. But over the last 10 to 15 years, the situation has been improving, modern swimming facilities, and our swimmers participate in international competitions. However, there's still a shortage of pools in small towns. Often there are no pools in small towns, and swimming pools are only in big cities. If there are some swimming pools in small cities, they are in bad shape. Poor financing is another issue, and younger sports people need to finance themselves with their parents, with the help of their parents. So that's why we have young people leave abroad to train abroad because conditions are better. Some swimmers left for USA, Russia, or China. And swimming is not as popular as football or boxing. That's why parents often do not look at swimming as a serious sport. Swimming is not a priority in Kazakhstan. In the beginning of 2023, there were 62 pools only in schools, whereas there were 4 million people, 4 million children. So it's less than 1% of pupils have access to the swimming training in schools. The skill of, swimming teaching is included in the curriculum, but it's not carried out due to the infrastructure shortages. There's a need for norms to be introduced and standards, and the local authorities should be able to assess the number of drownings, and there's swimming teaching as part of the curriculum. In May 2024, as part of the joint international RITA project organized by the Kazakh Academy of Sports, with the support of the Polish-American Freedom Foundation and WSG University, it allowed 250 Kazakh students and 25 teachers and 25 working instructors have had a free week-long training course to popularize infants swim. And this was deemed the best program, small children teaching in the world. It was carried out by international experts.
В качестве спикера выступали Триес Такстед, международный инструктор по грудничковому плаванию для малышей и детей Александр Скали.
Therese Takstedt and Alexander Skali were among the experts.
Участие в данном проекте предоставило уникальную возможность.
Participation in this project gave us a unique opportunity to increase qualifications.
Просвещение Республики Казахстан внедрить программу всеобщего обучения детей первых-третьих классов навыкам плавания.
Ministry of Education should run a program of teaching children from classes 1 to 3. Also, This should be funded as an alternative, and this could be a solution. Could be public financing, building swimming pools next to schools and kindergartens, and also swimming teaching could be financed by the state. This would translate into children knowing how to swim. The country could have future champions who can compete on an international level. This would also increase awareness of society, so adults and parents should participate in this process. To sum up, I would like you to pay attention when you swim. Yesterday we asked questions, and you asked what's important, what is beneficial, and I said to myself, I underlined some ideas from presentations because we can apply them here in Kazakhstan. So we continue our trainings, we cooperate with the ministry, and we can take some of these ideas there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kurmete rektory, Kopkop Rahmet. Уважаемый господин директор, очень вас благодарю за ваше выступление и извиняюсь за мое недосмотрение того, что презентацию я не передал в комитет.
Okay.
Szanowni Państwo, podeszliśmy do końca
Dear guests, this will be the end of our first session, and I would like you to take a break for coffee, and we will postpone the second part by 15 minutes. So let's meet at 12:15. I would also like to inform you that after the last lecture, there will be an important ceremony at this place, and after which we will be taking a group photo. So I would like you to, all of you, to see at this stage. At the same time, I would like us to applaud and thank all of those people who are sitting in those booths and they have to translate every word we say. And thank you to the technical engineers who are handling wonderful whatever is happening here in this room. So thank you for, let's take a coffee break and see at 12:15.
na końcu, Tomek, musisz wejść między nich, dobra? Na światła w prawo, na światła w prawo.
few moments later.
Czekaj, bo tu nurt mocno widzę.
Jesteśmy ratownikami. Jesteś w domu?
Jarek, gdzie się kierować na ewakuację? Macie jakieś informacje? Mamy jedną osobę.
Powolutku.
końcu. Tomek, musisz wejść między nich, dobra? Na światłach w prawo, na światłach w prawo.
Szanowni Państwo, niestety
Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that we can stop is time. It's my pleasure to begin the second session today, plenary session, and it will be led by, if you will, by one of the most experienced rescuers and experts in Poland. It's really hard to enumerate all his titles and merits, but most important, please welcome captain of specialized ships, marine expert, Mr. Sławomir Woźniak. Thank you, Alex. I would like to welcome everyone to the second part of our conference. I would like to ask Kanat Kasenov from Kazakh National University of Sports.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Distinguished experts, colleagues, and friends. And special thank you, Professor Alexander, for you. Exclusive thank you for invitation and for welcoming us today and these days. So it's a great honor for me to speak you today at this important Congress forum to the state prospect and development of rescue, physical education, and sport. So in few next minutes, I will take you to the journey from Kazakhstan's rich sporting traditions to new opportunities in aligning our educational and training system with global standards. So, some little information about our university. We are a young university established just 3 years ago, but we designed our programs with in compliance with the international experience, with our aligning with our colleagues, universities from Poland, France, Korean universities, and so on. Just some things about our universities. So we started to train our physical education teachers, coaches, sport management, and also we have a special pride in our traditional wrestling, Kazakh Kursi. And we also designed such program to train future coaches in Kazakh Kursi. So this wrestling, traditional wrestling, was inscribed at UNESCO's representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And this recognition underlines that sport in Kazakhstan is not only about achievements, but also about culture and identity. So let me let me briefly turn to the national context. Kazakhstan has adopted key strategic documents like concept of physical education and sport development up to 2029 and new national educational standards. However, we also face challenges like a strong tradition in elite sport, but limited focus on inclusive physical education, gaps in teacher training, and the need for curriculum innovation and digitalization. And concerning the last one, just a month ago, our government established a new Ministry of AI and Digitalization that has goal to become global AI and digital hub in the Central Asia. At the same time, we see great opportunities. The establishment of our university and expanding international partnerships with our colleagues from different universities in Europe. So, how to promote quality physical educational policy in Kazakhstan? Firstly, we found that we need actively transition from traditional performance-oriented system of physical education toward one aligned with global frameworks of quality physical education promoted by international organizations. This means bridging our national strategies, such as this concept I've mentioned before, with international benchmarks that emphasize lifelong learning, health, and inclusion. They are not simply adopting foreign models, they are building a bridge between our national priorities and universal principles of educational quality, ensuring that each reform is rooted in Kazakhstan's own cultural and institutional context. The next point, so traditionally, success in physical education was measured by numbers, participation rates, sport events, medals, or training hours. Today, the focus must shift toward learning outcomes, what students actually gain. Physical literacy, teamwork, leadership, ethical behavior, and understanding of fair play, anti-doping issues. This evolution represents a profound transformation from counting participants to cultivating competencies. It aligns perfectly the philosophy of quality physical education, which aims to make every physical activity not just accessible, but meaningful and educational. Then, to make this transformation sustainable, quality physical education standards must become an integral part of the national physical education curriculum. This means introducing measurable indicators such as student engagement, inclusivity, health impact, and lifelong participation habits. In practice, this involves updating curricula at all educational levels. Teachers, the next point, are the heart of quality physical education. Therefore, expanding teacher education and their professional development. To include quality physical education-based pedagogical methods focusing on active learning, reflection, inclusion, and digital engagement. And this shift ensures that such education is not just a policy goal, but a living practice in every classroom and gymnasium. Finally, the true quality cannot exist without inclusion. So our approach ensures that every student, regardless of gender, physical ability, or social background, has equal access to high-quality physical education. Through this transformation, our country is positioning itself as a regional leader in building a modern, values-driven and inclusive system of physical education. And such system should base on the principles that you can see on the slides, like policy alignment between national standards and quality educational guidelines, like capacity building, yes, through teacher education and curriculum design, development of infrastructure, inclusive digital resources, and so on. And Kazakhstan has already begun translating the principles of quality physical education into concrete action through a series of pilot initiatives at both levels, university and schools. So it's firstly we started updated quality physical education curriculum. We have also launched international double degree programs in sport management and sport rehabilitation in collaboration with partner universities from France, Korea, and Poland. These programs integrate academic excellence with global mobility, preparing future leaders who can work across borders and champion the values of clean sport, inclusion, and innovation. In line with global education trends, our country is investing in sport edtech, including the use of AI-driven learning platforms, e-learning systems, and even e-sport education modules. These tools make learning more interactive and accessible, while equipping students with digital competences that are vital for the next generation of sport professionals. And to strengthen these reforms, Kazakhstan maintains active partnership with International Olympic Committee, UNESCO, and multiple international sport federations. And lastly, we are promoting inclusion through community-based sport festivals, social programs. These initiatives bring together children, people with disabilities, vulnerable groups, reinforcing the idea that sport is not a privilege, but universal right. So, Kazakhstan is already moving forward. We align our policies, strengthen teacher education, and modernizing curricula. We also investing in inclusive and digital infrastructure, while fostering a global cooperation and setting up monitoring tools to track programs. And this roadmap ensures that our national efforts corresponds with the global practices. The outcomes we expect are ambitious but realistic. It's easy. Healthier students, broader participation in physical education, inclusive learning environments, and stronger integration of Kazakhstan into the global sports education communities. In conclusion, our mission is to move from national programs to global standards. Through quality physical education, we aim to transform sport and physical education in Kazakhstan into a system that is inclusive, modern, and internationally connected. And as we say, from local programs to global practices. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next prelegent. Just now I start in English. I change for Polish. Następnym prelegentem będzie...
The next presenter will be
Wiaczesław Molik.
Mr. Wiaczesław Molik, professor.
Wiaczesław Molik, doktor habilitowany nauk o wychowaniu
Doctor of Sciences in Physical Education, Rector of Kharkiv State Academy of Physical Culture.
Больше не надо. Очень хорошо.
Перед тим, як розпочати доповідь свою, я хочу звернути увагу, що позавчора наш організатор Олександр Скалій захистив докторську дисертацію з фізичного виховання і спорту. Ось він. І ми його вітаємо з цим. Це наш новий доктор фізичного виховання і спорту.
New doctor of physical education.
Така різноманітна, а в той же час цілеспрямована конференція.
Thanks to the fact that our conference is so diverse, I was thinking how to show a material that would be interesting to you. I would like to stress that in current agreements on the development of physical education and sports will require a development of new approach based on science, research and technology of major directions of development seems to be strengthening of our professional preparation. Over the last year in Ukraine, we have had a transformation of higher education. What I mean is a unification of universities. There used to be 30 higher education schools. Now we have 15. Now Ministry of Sports is merging with us to prepare specialists in a given field. And this transition has activated new approach in selecting sports people and their training based on new standards. Our academy's experience is based on large scientific infrastructure. It's got a number of laboratories, and being able to use these structures help us continue and conduct our scientific activity. At the same time, current requirements for trainers methodology and science are being developed, and we are using new equipment and new technologies, and we implement innovative technologies and adapt them for our training. Scientific research proves that efficient work of a trainer would not take place without a developed research culture, analytical thinking, and ability to connect the dots between science and life. And growing competition on an international arena makes the sports result more and more dependent on scientific preparedness. That's why including students in scientific projects seems to be an obvious and necessary element of education. The preparation process of sports people requires constant honing. The transition of sports universities under the Ministry of Youth and Sports Education is a positive one, and it has a positive impact. We can talk about Kiev and Lvov universities. We are now at the start of we are beginning to reorganize our systems, and initial steps have been taken. Out of 3 universities, 2 medical, we created an Olympia lab park that develops biological and scientific plans for clubs, sports clubs, an initiator of another direction when it comes to youth work and youth sports people. We created a scientific laboratory of functional diagnostics of athletes, and we recommend we have been recommending these labs, and the aim is to sustain the academy status as a leading unit in the region, a scientific unit in the region. There are following activities taken. Evaluation of physical fitness, testing sports capacity of sports people, biomechanics of movement, physical activity, cardiology in the context of sports. The lab has good equipment, laboratory equipment. We have biomechanical equipment to test capacity and psycho capacity. We compose methodology that is specialized for each sports domain in order to conduct these sports more effectively based on scientific data. For the circulatory tests, we have cardiographs, monitors that are attested by state cardiolab laboratories. Right now, one of our workers is writing a PhD thesis on sports contestants testing. The respiratory system is tested by Spirocom that tests respiration by means of variables, and these tests are domain-specific tests. In order for them to be so they are divided into movement, capacity, but also how body functions in general under stress. We have rehabilitation and therapy facility. It's not complete yet, but we are headed this direction, and we have been developing some elements, rehabilitation elements that are up to standards. Exercising, methodological approach, gymnastics in this direction gives us an option to get our sports people ready for recovery, especially those that, soldiers that have been injured during military action. There's also an Olympic Research and Education Center that has been erected in Kharkov in order to promote Olympic values and popularize healthy living, healthy life and education. I would like to point out that one of the main directions of preparation is developing a technology together with our friends from Bydgoszcz, from the economy university here in Bydgoszcz. We have carried out 5 projects that help carry out rehabilitation for those who had suffered during the war. It's an important step towards the future, and we plan to continue these projects that give us an opportunity to cooperate with Poland. I would like to say that there is a psychological care center and physical education care for the displaced Ukrainian soldiers. It's a modern psychological assistance and physical activity unit in cooperation with an academic society in Bydgoszcz, academic sports society in Bydgoszcz. Adjusting physiological state for the I would like to point out that it provides education at the level of MA in physical education. Talking about experts who are being educated at the MA studies. We have introduced a major that enables to operate using a methodology that is necessary for this, for various levels of working with contestants. Let me point out that it is obligatory for us to publish our results in national and international journals. I would like to say that Kharkov Physical Education Unit has 4 scientific journals and are indexed in Focus. This helps share our work, and I would like you to participate in publishing in our journals. I'm waiting for you, and I'm happy to welcome you to share and cooperate. Thank you very much.
Spasiba mam za waszą prezentację. Teraz po polsku. Proszę Państwa, wielki szacunek.
Ladies and gentlemen, great honor for Professor. He came from Kharkov, and we know what the situation is in Kharkov. So we know the situation is tough. Great respect for you that you made it here.
Następnym naszym prelegentem.
The next speaker will be Professor Roman Kalmatow.
Myślę, że dobrze wypowiedziałem nazwisko. Pan Roman Kałamatow jest dziekanem Międzynarodowego
He's a
Wydziału Medycznego
dean of the International Medical Faculty
i jest z Kirgistanu.
in Osh State University, and he's from Kyrgyzstan. Please,
Do pańskiej prezentacji.
the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Dzień dobry, drodzy Państwo, esteemed colleagues.
Good morning.
I'm happy to participate in the conference, even though I am a doctor, but we perform the same function of saving people's life. It's my great honor for us to present the experience of Osh State University in advancing strategies for public and planetary health in Central Asia. Osh State University, it is not just an academic space, it is a living ecosystem of knowledge, cultural diversity, and social innovation. The university brings together 49,000 students, including more than 30,000 international learners from dozens of countries. We rank 216th in the QS Asia rating and among the top 15 universities in Central Asia. Our medical program spans all levels of medical education, from college to PhD in both Kyrgyz and English. Environmental health, a global priority. Air, water, and soil are not abstract categories. According to WHO, 1 in 8 deaths globally is linked to environmental factors. Pollution is driving a rise in chronic disease such as asthma, ischemic heart disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes, and premature birth. In Central Asia, warming is occurring at nearly twice the global average. This makes environmental health an urgent issue for medicine, education, and public health. Central Asia faces sharp challenges: climate change, air and water pollution, growth of non-communicable diseases linked to environmental factors, unequal access to resources, low ecological literacy. This requires a comprehensive intersectoral approach and training a new generation of specialists. Why we must act now? According to the UNIDA, around 14% of all deaths in Kyrgyzstan are linked to environmental pollution. There is a rise and respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Climate anomalies like heat, drought, water shortage have already become a reality. The keys to addressing these challenges are science, education, and technology. Comparative analysis of Central Asia. The chart shows social foundation, inner circle. If a segment falls short of the center, it reflects a deficit: income, health, education, equality. Ecological ceiling, outer circle. If a segment exceeds the border, it indicates environmental overshoot. For example, Kyrgyzstan, strong social challenges and overshoot in nitrogen and phosphorus. Kazakhstan, stable in income and energy, but significant pollution. Uzbekistan, multiply social deficits and ecological pressure. Tajikistan, largest social gaps, but less ecological overshoot. Central Asia faces serious environmental challenges directly impacting public health. Warming is nearly twice the global average. PM 2.5 and ozone levels consistently exceed WHO standards. In 2021, 83,000 premature deaths were linked to air pollution, increase in non-communicable disease, and most vulnerable children, elderly, and pregnant women. Urgent solutions are needed at the intersection of science, policy, and education. Our state university follows the concepts of a fourth generation university integrating education, science, and digitalization and social mission. A strategic plan through 2030 has been developed, included sustainable development, environmental safety, training experts in planetary health. International cooperation and grant projects have been key to the university transformation. Our state university is actively implementing major international initiatives, including Erasmus Plus projects. The university participates in more than 15 Erasmus Plus projects, many of which focus on the developing master's and PhD program in public health, modules of environmental epidemiology, sustainability, and digital platforms. For example, tutorial project formed on the basis for masters in public health, internationally accredited. Now over 50 graduates, strong scientific foundation, digital integration, and mobility. Harmony project, a continuation of the tutorial focused on harmonizing public health program across Central Asia, developing digital components, creating a university network for ecosystem-based health education. The RECA project, it is the first national PhD project in Kyrgyzstan focused on researcher training. PhD programs at our state university address both national and regional health policy challenges. For example, PhD students have developed a digital platform for cardiovascular prevention disease. Bernica project. The aim of this project to build a sustainable system for training nutrition and disease prevention specialists across Central Asian universities. Developed and launched a first master program in nutrition and dietetics. Green KG, Green and Digital University. One of the nationally recognized projects in Kyrgyz universities. In alliance with the European Union Green Deal and National Strategy for Environmental Awareness and Sustainability in Higher Education. Goal, develop and implement a national green and digital university model to help universities. First, strengthening ecological policy and digital solution, enhance innovation and sustainability, increase inclusion and competitiveness in education. Key element, green digital offices, helps to develop and apply principle of sound governance, reduce environmental impact, promote energy efficiency, resource conservation, and green values. At Osh State University, electronic documentation is fully implemented from admission to administration. Online platforms, evaluation system, and digital archives are in use. Green infrastructure, solar panels installed on campus buildings, bike lanes, pedestrian zones, and eco parking reduce traffic and emission. Promoting healthy lifestyle like sport, wellness infrastructure is expanding campaigns, promote ecological and social responsibility. Our university teams lead national championship in football, volleyball, and basketball. These steps make our university a model for sustainable, healthy, and innovative campus. Together with Tokyo Institute of Science and JICA, our university implementing the $5 million SATES project. As you know, Bydgoszcz is the capital of our country. The last 2-3 years placed it in the first position during most pollutant cities in the world after the Delhi. So that's why, unlike Osh, Bydgoszcz, Osh had no monitoring air station. The project will install a modern air monitoring station, the first in South Kyrgyzstan, create an interinstitutional center for air quality and health research, equip with high precision measurement tools, conduct community studies on health impact, develop a satellite-based air pollution map covering Kyrgyzstan and Central Asia. Osh University holds leadership in research, highest H-index among universities in Kyrgyzstan, researchers among Scopus top 10 nationally, leading institution for training researchers and promoting evidence-based science. And I like this slide because it shows our best and strong partnership with Высшая школа господарки, especially many thanks for Professor Scully. We already made and one of our project ongoing, our projects support environmental transformation and regional sustainability, expand Osh State University's integration into European academic networks, improve staff capacity, digital infrastructure, and governance. Ecological initiatives, forest to energy. Kurbutash Tokoi Scientific Industrial Project. We fenced 100 hectares, 50 hectares reforested, support climate resiliency, biodiversity, and erosion control. Waste to energy plant. Memorandum of understanding signed with Chinese company. Total cost $40 million. Expected to generate 6,000 kilowatt per hour. Contributes to clean energy and regional development. Osh State University received high international recognition for contribution to public and planetary health. Asian Development Bank and SAREC selected our university among the top 5 universities globally promoting sustainable development. These universities formed a global innovation network for public and planetary health. The Planetary Health Journal highlighted Osh University as a future regional hub for research and coordination in this field. This both recognition and responsibility to shape new models for education, science, and social action in Central Asia. Call to action, dear colleagues, the time is now. Implement evidence-based solution across all levels, from universities to national strategies. Train professionals capable of integrating ecology, medicine, and digital technologies. develop green initiatives and sustainable digital infrastructure in education, join international university network promoting sustainable development. Our university is ready and open for collaboration. The future of our region in our hands, and we are ready to act. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Roman, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting subject. Proszę Państwa, chciałbym teraz zaprosić do następnego
the next presenter,
pani doktor habilitowana Tamara Kutek. Kim jest pani Tamara? Pani Tamara jest profesorem.
Tamara, she's a professor at the Department of Theoretical and Methodological Foundations in Żytomir.
W obwodzie żytomierskim.
In the Oblast of Żytomir.
To jest różnica.
Oblast is a Russian name for a region. So that's why it's important. So please present. Thank you. Dear guests, let me talk about teaching students in water rescue as a prospect for the development of rescue sports in Ukraine. And rescue sport is becoming more and more popular in Ukraine. This is a sport where contestants are competing. It requires teamwork, quick reaction time, taking responsible decisions in extreme situations. We are talking primarily about water rescue, but this can also be an open water bodies, swimming pools, and other medical rescue operations. Rescue sports are one of the few sports that have an applied focus, training lifesavers, which emphasizes the uniqueness and importance of the sport. This underscores the relevance of teaching swimming and water rescue. The purpose of the study is to analyze the results of water rescue training for students of higher education institutions in Ukraine, using the example of Ivan Franko State University of Żytomir. Analysis and generalization of specialized materials and information sources show that most people die while swimming in unequipped, dangerous places during long swims in rivers or the sea without sufficient physical training and special skills and abilities to swim and stay afloat, as well as in emergency situations on rowing and motorboats. The organization of training for rescuers and educational work among the population on accident prevention and providing assistance on the water is regulated by the certain state regulatory documents, such as the Civil Protection Code of Ukraine or of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. Swimmer rescuers undergo training under a special program developed by the State Emergency Service of Ukraine in the emergency rescue. However, despite the work of these services, the statistics remain disappointing, which shows that need to introduce reforms. As a result of Ukrainian society has paid more attention to the formation of applied skills for saving human lives in traditional basic education as well as in informal education based on courses and training. Subjects have been introduced that are aimed at solving tasks in a specified field or area of work, in particular military training. Unfortunately, the development of water rescue skills is only represented in the form of swimming lessons and first aid training. In higher education, the only institution in Ukraine where the discipline rescue sports is included in the training programs for sports coaches and physical education teachers is the Ivan Franko State University of Zhytomyr. Certified specialists, instructors in rescue sports were invited to teach. For example, Professor of VSG, Mr. Skali, Professor Skali, and certified specialists in first aid in accordance with requirements of the European Resuscitation Council. Respected Dr. Andrzej Ostrowski has repeatedly lectured to students as part of the visiting professors and pro-studios for professional programs. More than 1,000 students of the Faculty of Physical Education and Sports have undergone training in water rescue. Graduates of the faculty work in various educational institutions and sports organizations in Ukraine, including Poland. The figure shows the results of a study of the quality of student training, which indicates significant positive changes. After studying this course, no students with a low level of knowledge and skills were identified. The number of students with a below average level decreased by 20%. The number of students with an average level increased by 10%. And the number of students with an above average level increased by 20%. Monitoring of the issue under studies revealed that over the past 5 years, some higher education institutions have included the following academic disciplines. For example, the theory and methods of swimming and water rescue, fundamentals of water rescue. As part of informational education, Uman Sten Pedagogical University, named after Pawła Tyczna, hosted an online lecture by Professor Dariusz Skalski, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, on topic Concept, Direction or Specialization Water Rescue in Student Education, Focus on Sports Water Rescue. A training laboratory was created. And therefore, the problem under the study requires urgent solution. In our opinion, this task falls to higher education institutions, which should focus on training specialists capable of rescuing people in aquatic environments and passing on their knowledge, skills, and abilities primarily to children in various educational institutions, including preschoolers, as well as segments of the populations. What are the tasks for us? Introducing swimming as compulsory subject in general secondary education, which will enable children to develop essential swimming and water rescue skills, but it also requires the necessary material and technical resources. Involving parents of school children through participation in special training programs and workshops on water rescue and first aid, which will contribute to the acquisition of knowledge and skills in water rescue, motivate children to participate in classes and raise awareness of the importance of these skills. Third is swimming and water rescue disciplines should be included in the compulsory curriculum for students of higher education institutions. Number 4, introduction of water rescue training disciplines into the curricula of higher education institutions, which with an increase in classroom hours for practical training and the involvement of certified instructors in teaching and methodological work with students. Number 5, preparation of joint specific projects with participation of international partners. 6, close cooperation with local rescue services, conducting joint water rescue training events. In this way, comprehensive approach that will not only increase the number of certified water, but also contribute to the training of high-class athletes in rescue sports. Here's a video how we train our sports people.
Выпрям руки, выпрям руки, выпрям руки, выпрям руки.
Бачите, транспортування потопаючого і використання матеріалу за
As you can see, a person drowning is being transported.
Заміняємося і пливемо. Випрям руки.
Дякую за увагу.
Thank you for your attention.
Profesor za pani wykład. Bardzo dziękuję. Teraz pan profesor Skali jeszcze.
Szanowni Państwo,
Professor Scully, dear guests, I heard that Tamara said that
елементи спорту рятівничого у себе
rescue elements of sport rescue she introduced at her place, and she mentioned Professor Skalski. He has joined us, so I would like to say that he is a vice president of the scientific council in Wopr, in the main Wopr unit in Warsaw. So this is a new position. So thank you, and I am happy that people who are being mentioned are here with us. Elements of water rescue wasn't easy to introduce in Żytomir, because it was a first attempt with people who took those throwbacks for the first time, and the swimming competence was low, as you saw. So you have to understand that introducing something new in a new place is hard, but thank you, Ms. Tamara, for showing us.
Naszym prelegentką będzie pani Maria Adamczyk.
The next speaker will be Maria Adamczyk, and I'm getting emotional when I do introduce her, because we come from the same unit. And if I want to say something about Maria, please come forward. If I want to really introduce her, I would be forbidden by Professor Scully because I would run out of time. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for being able to speak here. And I will have the pleasure to talk about good practices implementing the guidelines of ERC 2025 assumptions, and we are about to have them announced in October, late October. So please participate online in the European Congress, and our Polish guidelines will be in Kraków. I need a pointer to move the presentation. I have not taken. So, thank you, Tatiana. What can I really use to increase the survival rate of people whose circulation has been stopped? It's 40,000, over 45,000, or over 400,000 annually in Europe, and in Poland 45,000 people. Most of these people happens outside hospital, around the house, so statistically all of us could be, most of us could be a witness and try to resuscitate. It's a major death cause in the world, and the survival rate median is 8%. It's pretty sad statistics, but if I want to focus on the positive, is to say that every minute without resuscitation, defibrillation, the drop of chances of survival is 7 to 10%. So before an ambulance reaches the place of event, the median time of reaching the place is between 12 minutes. In Poland, 17. Now, 25% reached under 7 minutes in Europe, and in Poland, it's 8.5. So our reaction time doesn't really affect. So what really matters when it comes to saving a person who is not breathing and whose circulation has stopped? A brain without oxygen is damaged after 3 to 5 minutes, and before paramedics reach the person, there's no chance after this time, because the survival rate will be very low. So if this person who discovers and helps us, we cannot do much, but then we can include somebody else, and let's focus on this green part. If there's a person who starts resuscitation, these statistics get much more optimistic. And when you start defibrillation and resuscitation, you increase dramatically the survival rate. 20,000 people in Europe have been tested, and the survival rate is 30 to 40%. So this witness of the event is very important. And we as specialized personnel, even the best doctors, we are not do much without this person if there are no witnesses to the event. So the so-called Kowalski, who is at the spot, has two hands, can help us. From a scientific point of view, how does it look like? Do those people start resuscitation? On average, in Europe, it's in Finland and Denmark, it's 75% people start resuscitation. In Poland, only 27%, and in our case, 13 to 82%, on average 58%. So early resuscitation and defibrillation will definitely help our victims survive. But we also have to know how to do it. So let's come back to education. All of us should be educated. We should not focus on how many pressings, how many breaths, but the stress is on the quality of resuscitation. Because when we connect during trainings, when we ask people, even doctors, the quality of resuscitation is low because of bad pressings. So we really have to pay a lot of attention to how we perform resuscitation, because these trainings are key and vital. We should be prepared, and we should also have equipment, because okay, again we talk about pressing, and it's the same story over and over. But yesterday some of you told us that when you rode a bike, everyone had to get on the bike, and you didn't learn how to ride a bike from books. The same is with resuscitation and defibrillation. One of the projects that I participated in Kazakhstan, we opened a training center in Kazakhstan. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Alexander. So we always stress how to press the chest. I really encourage you to open these centers to teach people, not only youth and children, but also adults, because the willingness is low, and we need to encourage these people to do these. We have, for example, Rescue Lab in Szczecin. We have a city authority case. So what if what if I don't know what to do? First thing I do is call 112. This is the superpower of the system. This person can help us to lead the conversation, to even lead me through the process of resuscitation. Speak with a simple language. This increases the quality of pressing, and This shortens the time and increases the quality of the bylooker. The next important thing is public access to PAD, to AED. These places should be well marked, they should be visible, they should be standardized so that it's international. For example, we see that in Holland there are AEDs every 300 meters, 24/7. In Germany there are 100,000 AEDs integrated with an app. You have an app, you have a map of defibrillators here, and you can find it by an app. But unfortunately, we have a problem in Poland that some facilities where AEDs are being locked. This is Koszalin example. This is lifeboat. They are marked on the map and also InPost parcel company, parcel shipping company that integrates with the system and is available 24/7. However, we have a problem that most AEDs are concentrated in certain points. So the problem is how to reach these points, and these green areas are where a witness can reach a place within 5 minutes, but the gray area means over 5 minutes. So stress and time doesn't make it easy for us to reach. So how to solve this? We could have the so-called first responder and alarms in smartphones. If the operator identifies a case, they can reach the first available rescuer. This is also integrated into a system called Rescuer, where you can integrate people who are volunteers. They need to undergo some training, need to have technology, and this is the app called Reanimator, based on tests. We saw that one of the volunteers reached the place in 87 seconds. So he started resuscitation. This is the system that we have in our country, and it's based on primarily on services. But if we reverse the pyramid, we see that the bigger responsibility is with the witnesses, the onlookers, the bystanders, who could improve the system, to improve the economy of our life, because every life matters. So it is important for us to implement these practices. This is a to-do list. This is one system of public access to AEDs, integrated with a mobile app, integrated with the 112 system and education. So the last question for you is, when did you last press the chest? So thank you for this opportunity to be here today in the World World Day of chest pressing. Thank you very much. As always, on point and professional. The next speaker will be Remigiusz Olejniczak, just as Maria. When he was a kid, I had to show him how to tie a knot, but now this is, I feel like a father a bit today. That's why I'm emotional, because there are so many young people who are now speakers. So let's do it, let's go. Thank you very much for this warm welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Maria, because you raise the bar all the time. This motivates me. But you can't beat her. No, it's not my intention. Dear guests, I would like to share an idea. I've had it in my heart right after my dissertation defense, and when you want to develop, you have to move forward. So I figured that I need to combine my passion for rescue with water safety, and I came up with an idea, water basins of the world. And this is a map of these. There are 20 places that I marked that I dream to visit. It's not easy. It's going to be a challenge. These bathing places are marked in red that I visited already, with a view to checking what water rescue is there and how it works. When I chose those places, I wanted to be just in terms of being on all 5 continents, excluding the cold ones, and also I wanted to include big bathing beaches. In order to see what happens around the world in water rescue and create a big picture and bring the solutions over here, what could be improved over here where I live. So this is the major goal of the project, because in order to have an opinion on a subject, you have to go, touch, be there, and see. And in my research for my PhD, I was in person in those places, and it was therefore easier for me to confront analyses. And also in this case, I want to use the same methodology in order to attract beautiful, but also not so nice things that are related to water rescue. I am not going only to those nice places where water rescue is developed, but also to those that inspire controversies. So As a result, I also want to spread the word using media. When the face-to-face meetings are over, you need to reach people by means of other channels of social media. For example, a YouTube channel that was created. My viewers are not numerous, but I am not afraid. I will continue to do what I do, and I am optimistic about it. So I don't want to continue this presentation to brag about what I have come up with. I could, of course, show you many materials and people that I met, and it would be interesting because places that I visited are interesting by nature, like Australia or Great Britain. But I want to move on to segue to the water rescue in Poland and changes that could be applied. I am not so happy with how these changes are being processed, because when we talk about the law from 2011, there's a need for changes, and there's a strong need for changing of our legislation, and I'm pretty positive these changes will be implemented. The first thing is that we have best practices on a plate that are shown by the world. The first thing is mobility in water rescue. So you should not stand and wait for the bather, but you should be more mobile. And countries such as New Zealand, Great Britain, Australia show that rescue is primarily mobile. Lifeguarding is mobile. And lifeguarding is also a wise approach to training, because we should not train those people who are already an adult or mature, but we also should train people who want to be rescuers but are underage. So we should take a wider look and incorporate these people who are eager to be incorporated. Unfortunately, the Act does not mention these age groups, such as the youth. The law only mentions a lifeguard. However, these regulations do not include the youth. And I believe that these people are the most important. Another issue that I want to tackle is the services coordination and activity. The system is, but it does not work. And I can speak about it with full responsibility. My dissertation was devoted to it, and I tested it. So the system that is based on, dependent on water rescue is not compatible and is not efficient. It is to be improved, it is to be changed, it is to be developed, and also in terms of legislation must be developed. So this is a problem that I want to talk about. Not everybody must agree with me, but this is my opinion. And these are the three important issues that should be here in this place, should be addressed and developed. So when you talk to people and listen to them, listening is simple, seems simple, but not everyone can do it. I'm also learning it. When you listen to lifeguards, a year ago I was walking barefoot from Jarowiec to Świnoujście, and I talked to lifeguards coordinators. Why there are no numbers in this presentation? Because I don't believe in numbers. We don't really use numbers. I respect science. I respect this kind of work, which is hard work. For example, Professor Stanula, who goes and performs research, but we rarely look at science when we want to introduce changes. So we should listen, we should collect data, analyze it, and reach for it when we introduce our lifeguards law. This is a fragment. These are the points which I marked when I was conducting my research. It's a slide that shows that we are not taking advantage of the potential. Each of these points is marked, has been checked before. It's around 200 of these, and these are after environmental interviews, after drownings, which places turned out to be dangerous, risky, and this is only a fragment of data that could be used in the threat analysis, because threat analysis is the foundation of building safety. So we cannot stop at just a few points and that we just come up with, because if we think about threat analysis, must be or should be taken or carried out or thought of in a big picture approach, because this is something deeply connected with saving people, but also threat analysis is science, psychology, upbringings, habits, alcohol, tourism. This is often not taken into consideration when we do threat analysis. This should also, in my opinion, be included when we carry out threat analysis. This is something, in my opinion, global. My professor used to teach me that if you want to see the problem, you need to first start with the bird-eye view, and if we really want to see it, then you should get closer. So we should first look at these issues from a state point of view, start with the state, and then create this threat analysis in a complex way. Maybe thanks to it, we will discover that we don't have to even save lives. I want to leave you with a fragment from a book This is the miracle of if you look at a table, the table is complete with all the things, but we used to think as not table. If you collected the table elements, for example, if you returned all the elements to where it belonged, like wood to the woods and nails to the earth, then you would understand where it came from. So we should, when we make analysis, we should take a big picture and then a small picture, from detail to something wider. I can tell you one thing. The most valuable presentations are those that are short, full of information and informative. And I think that it was all the case of this presentation from Doctor. Professor wants to invite us to some important break, which is lunch. Dear guests, first of all, thank you very much to Captain Sławomir Woźniak for a wonderful, timely session. Two little pieces of information. Lunch just as yesterday in two groups. Foreign guests in a building, in a separate building, and the rest downstairs. But we finish just like in the program with no changes, so we meet at 14:45. So it's 2:45. We meet at 2:45. On the last session, there will be a little surprise, so please, after 3 lectures, there will be a group picture at the bottom in the mills, in the Rother's mills. So, enjoy your lunch.
musisz na końcu, Tomek, musisz wejść między nich, dobra? Na światłach w prawo, na światłach w prawo.
A few moments later.
Czekaj, bo tu nurt mocno widzę.
Jesteśmy ratownikami. Jest ktoś w domu?
Jarek, gdzie się kierować na ewakuację? Macie jakieś informacje? Mamy jedną osobę.
Powolutku.
chcesz zakończyć, Tomek, musisz wejść między nich, dobra? Na światłach w prawo, na światłach w prawo. czekaj, bo tu nurt mocno idzie.
Jesteśmy ratownikami. Jest ktoś w domu?
Jarek, gdzie się kierować na ewakuację? Macie jakieś informacje? Mamy jedną osobę.
Powolutku.
Możemy? Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
ostatnim bloku
the last part of our plenary session.
do przeprowadzenia tego bloku zapraszam
This part will be led by Professor Andrzej Ostrowski, WOPR instructor, inventor, my instructor. Please, welcome. Thank you for the invitation and this honorary role assignment. The first speaker will be Mr. Damian Kowalski. The role of water rescue under the Act of Civil Protection. Damian Kowalski is an PhD candidate and graduate of the University of Physical Education and Sport in Gdańsk and Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. He's a coach and instructor in 17 sports disciplines. He is the member of the regional board of WOPR in Bydgoszcz, and he's the author of 230 scientific publications in fields of physical culture, water rescue, swimming, defense, education, and safety. Strength and conditioning coach. And please, the floor is yours.
Raz, półtora. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie, wszystkich.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation.
Wspólnie z panem profesorem Dariuszem Skalskim oraz
Together with Professor Skalski and Ms. Natalia Tyszanowska, and we analyzed legal acts. It's not my prime because I primarily deal with physical education and water rescue. But as Doctor mentioned before, you have to leave your comfort zone, so we do this. The role of water rescue under the protection, Human Protection and Civil Protection Act, because we have a law has been changed, the one that I'm going to speak about later. That's why we needed to reorganize the whole system when it comes to civil protection. This is Maciej Banachowski, worker of WOPR in 2024 during duty, which is part of the duty of water rescue. First of all, these include getting the report about accident or threat. This is what entities do on a daily basis. Second point is reaching accident site with proper diving equipment, providing qualified first aid, securing the site or threat, evacuation of people from the threat site, and transportation of people, of casualties. And these entities entitled to coordinate, carry out, and organize water rescue. They also conduct educational and preventive activity regarding safety in water areas. They run documentation of water rescue activities, including point 1, and they publish threats in terms of social safety in water areas, and they transmit information of threats and conduct threat analyses. These activities must be carried out properly and in a coordinated way. Each team should be equipped with the right amount of people and also equipment. This is how it looks in real life in Nysa during the flood of 2024. And this is an act of the state protection.
bardzo dużo zmieniła, bo około 150 aktów prawnych dzięki ustawie
This law has entered into force on 23rd of April 2022. It replaced previous regulations regarding country protection, state protection, and this also regarded social protection. So now we have new law that entered into force on the 5th of December 2024. And then the people protection is a system consisting of administrative bodies, public administration bodies conducting tasks in order to protect people, protect possessions, human life, health, including animals, infrastructure, in order to provide the well-being of culture, of life, culture, environment in a situation of threat. And these bodies of people protection and bodies carrying out these tasks, further referred to as people protection entities, and assets of people protection. So, dear guests, this is about exchange of information and analyses aiming at providing protection and fighting threats. We have tools to monitor and carry out analyses regarding water activity, analyzing and reacting and taking action, also rescue action in the times of threats. So all the vehicles and drones and other pieces of equipment that help identify obstacles or threats or risks during also the times of floods, as shown in the slide before, warning against incoming threats or disasters, protecting livestock, and providing further protection and care. Also organizing and coordinating and providing humanitarian aid. This was done in the case of our friends from Ukraine, depending on the needs, informing families of the casualties, and helping identification. And the most important thing in this presentation, using an entity authorized to provide water rescue is decided by the Home Office Minister, but this is after application of the local authorities following the threat. For example, just like it was with the flood in 2024, where local authorities applies to the Home Office to use military force in order to help evacuation and aiding people affected by flood in the south of our country last year. What is the financing of human protection and civil protection in the context of water rescue. So money allocated for water rescue is 0.3 of the GDP gross, and the minister specifies appropriate. The Home Office Minister specifies and develops a protection program, and the way of financing for the protection of people and possessions. In practice, all of these activities, if all of those entities are at a local level, they need to apply in a proper way to the crisis management entity for the purchase of equipment or for further finances that will help protect human life. So, to sum up, water rescue is part of the element of support of services that are designated through their qualifications and equipment applied in water rescue that is often used to save human life and analyze situation of threat. Any entities authorized to perform water rescue have become an important, trained, specialized subdivision in a constant standby mode. The equipment of these entities has never been so important because we have had a natural disaster last year, and it showed what it looks like in reality. The reality was that coordination had to happen faster without the ministerial path that I referred to before, because in case of a natural disaster, there was a need to act faster, and these entities would just contact each other, skipping the official way. So, before
dotacje samorządów, fundacji, organizacji pożytku publicznego, rekompensaty, podmioty ratownictwa wodnego, na przykład od fundacji.
Before this law was enforced, there was lack of coordination from local governments, and the only part of the expense was reimbursed. Some of the equipment was damaged, and there were holes in the system. And the real life showed us that there's room for improvement when it comes to legislation and official ways versus life. Thank you for your attention. Bye. Thank you, Damian, for your presentation. He told us about the act that attempts to regulate rescue, but I would like to point out that we need to look at water rescue in two aspects: direct rescue after accident and rescue after report. When we have a lifeguard at a pool, he reacts immediately, but a firefighter, police and other forces only react after they are called into action. So this means time delay. And Maria mentioned if we have AED, it's not only 5 minutes, but it's 10 minutes because you need to run, inform, waste time. So we need to take that into consideration, that time is precious. Another speaker is Marcin Drogorub. Sports tourism as chance for regions. Marcin is a member of the Commission for Non-Olympic Sports and the Polish Olympic Committee, experts of the Erasmus Plus sport program and athletics event speaker. He knows sport from many perspectives. A former athlete, sports activist and journalist. His experience is impressive and will be reflected by his speech. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation will be about sports tourism. My entire professional life I have spent in sports, and for several years I've been dealing with tourism. So I want to combine these two areas, and sport tourism is a segment undergoing dynamic changes and develops dramatically. For many regions, it's a chance to attract tourists, and in my presentation, I will mention examples from Kujawian-Pomeranian region, because this is where I come from and I operate. We have a tourism related to fans. We see places because we follow our team, or there's an event such as Olympic Games, and this is the reason we go to a place like that. We also have a contestant tourism, so we pick a place where we can participate in a competition, because as an amateur or professional, we participate in a particular discipline. I had the option to visit Porto, Florence, Berlin, and other places just because I participated in a marathon there. So this kind of form of tourism, as an active tourism, is becoming more and more popular. There's also an umbrella term, active tourism, and this is growing in popularity. So we just don't go to an all-inclusive hotel, but we also look for places where we have cycling infrastructure or water infrastructure. There are some trails where we can be active, and we can take a run in the morning or jogging. So these are the reasons that make us pick those places. This is one of my favorites, favorite sports. In Toruń, we organize Copernicus Cup, and Mr. Duplantis set his record in high jump, vault jump, and Copernicus Cup is part of the athletic tour, World Athletics Tour, and this is gaining traction, and Toruń is being picked by a lot of tourists, and this meeting as a chance to experience sports. and the city. Here are a few achievements of this meeting. For example, in 2020, when Duplantis broke the record, the media coverage reached 46 million people worldwide, so it's great promotion. Media value was 8.5 million PLN. So the data speaks for itself. Organizing Copernicus Cup, or in March, our region will welcome World Cup, indoor World Cup. So when we organize also amateur leagues, it also brings real profit for the region. A few slides, a few words about this kind of event for athletics. We had World Cup 2 years ago, and this was the reach. Over 400 publications, of over 1 million media equivalent assessed by the Institute of Media Monitoring. And what's more important are the tourism sector, because there were 4,000 people, and Toruń welcomed 1,000 accompanying person, because 5,000 was difficult to house in hotels. So this affected the whole region, and you can see the profit at the bottom. The total was estimated at 6.3 million złotych.
A tutaj przykład bydgoski. Bardzo fajna impreza.
This is an example from Bydgoszcz and a triathlon. It combines both tourist fans and contestants. This is a sport of a premium range, because if someone can afford a bike that costs 30 to 50,000 złotych, they can also afford a hotel. They can buy very good meals in restaurants. Rother's Mills is also a place where this triathlon begins. So it's a unique event that combines a promotion of the city, of its center. Swimmers swim in Brda River. Then you have the cycling section, where we cycle towards the Bydgoszcz airport, and then there's a run along the riverbanks. So all the time, sports people are in the city center, so the accompanying persons also pay attention to where they are, and sometimes they prolong their stay and they go and on a sightseeing tour. These profits generated by such an event for the tourism industry amount to 6.5 million złotych. Very impressive. Here's a smaller event, a cycling race organized in Żnin, Pałuki Tour. This was meant to be as a promotion of Żnin Powiat with its own beauty, and we know Biskupin as a museum of ancient history of Polish culture, and the authorities decided to invite active tourists to get to know these monuments, cultural places related to our origins as a country, but also participate in the race. And I co-created this race, and I'm so happy to see how it developed. Now we have 500 contestants. We have also an accompanying event called Pałuki Tourkids. This generates people coming and staying for the night, and translates into profit for the local community. So then we have another example of active tourism in Kujawia-Pomeranian region. We have the Vistula trail, well marked, well designated. We still struggle. There's room for improvement of the surface quality. These black lines mean potential route of Eurovelo 2 and Eurovelo 9. Eurovelo 9 is north-south and 2 is east-west. So we have a junction of these two European trails in our region, and we begin to take advantage of this. I would like to thank Bydgoszcz authorities, local authorities, that has been investing in this kind of cycling tourism.
Skonsultowanym w ramach projektu interregowskiego przebiegu trasy Eurovelo.
So this Eurovelo looks like a chance for the region. Our region is also famous for water tourism. We have beautiful rivers, especially during summertime. We have kayaking, and kayaking tourists go along Brda and Drvenca rivers, but also recently the Vistula has been incorporated. There's this revived tradition of fleece in the Vistula. We have built and reconstructed traditional flisak boats. Flisaks, these were traditional fishermen. One of the attractions for people who come to Toruń is a boat trip in this flisak boat. Flisak can also be a bargeman. And this year there was this festival of Vistula. We started in Włocławek, and as the Vistula goes through Włocławek, Toruń, Bydgoszcz, Grudziądz, and there were also smaller local authorities like Chełmno. There's a growing interest of this kind of pastime activity. So this is the right direction that should turn to be a benefit for everyone. When we take care of our health and our fitness, the main idea is for safety. The main idea of this conference is safety. So active tourism means also improving our safety. Thank you very much. It was really nice to listen to Marcin. he told us how tourism could be a cash cow for the region. And Alexander, who is here, is another person, is a chain of all these activities, because this conference is an opportunity for us. So please, let's acknowledge this. And such conferences also attribute to the enrichment of the region. The last speaker is Aleksander Skali, who's going to speak about the fourth generation university's role to increase water rescue and water safety in Poland and around the world. If I were to read everybody who has contacted him is the vision, the hard work, the charisma that professor has is amazing. Thank you very much, Professor, for such a warm welcome and introduction. I would like to add to the previous speaker that Marcin Drogorub is another organizer of this Congress, and I thank you for that. Next year, on this land in Toruń, there will be World Championships in indoor athletics. So this is going to be a huge event. And I'm so happy that we have such people who organize these things in our committee. So thank you very much once again. I can start now. Ladies and gentlemen, it was really hard for me to come up with a presentation, which one to choose. But I know that many people asked me, Alexander, what do you do? What do you deal with? So I'm not going to show you a scientific one, maybe just a little, but I will show you something I picked, some pictures that I have never published. So I want to show you how those fourth generation universities can and already are impacting the safety around water in Poland and abroad. Many people probably didn't pay attention when you were listening to these terms like first, second, third, fourth generation of university. But now we already have fourth generation universities. The first and the second can be ignored. The third generation 10 years ago was deemed as everybody wanted, but it was 10 years ago. It was just like in the slide, as you can see, after 2013, you can see the changes, but the most important one in the screen, you can see we have management, professional management in the third generation, because this is something important. Effectively speaking, these are the factors that affect, because our university had those third university factors, but then we started to combine to be part of the community with business. At our university, we have projects that are written by students. We have water trams, and everybody who was here before could have taken a ride. And this was just one of our students' projects. On the facility of the sports facility, there's a honey farm. We have 300 kilograms of honey produced for our staff and other people. And we teach. This is what was. We had medical centers. This was just one floor. Now it's 5 floors, big building, because it's very useful and it's very active. That's how a university affects everyone around. But I want to speak about a 4th generation university. The idea of such a university is that it doesn't only cooperate with science and business, but the 4th generation is a university that begins to initiate on its own changes in this environment, also in the world and in the country and in the world. So it even affects other countries. And you all know this university, Aalborg University, in northern Denmark. Everyone knows this university because 2 students who... This is the best example. 2 graduates writing their thesis about data transmission. How to call it? How to call this? And there was there was a king in Denmark called Bluetooth because he had a Bluetooth, and now everyone is using a device with a Bluetooth device. So the university, through its university, impacted global changes. Samsung company opened their operations there. So I am sure that our university is also having all features of a 4th generation university. And I will just show you in the photos how such universities can impact safety in the world, around the world. I'm talking about water safety. And when I was in Kazakhstan, also in Sweden, one of the students left, and she lost consciousness, and I was just a few steps away. Before I managed to reach her, I saw a man trying to help her, and he was making a lot of very strange things. And if it had happened in Poland, police would arrest him for sexual harassment. So he knew that something must be done, but he didn't know what. So I thought we should change it. We have students from Kazakhstan, we have partners. So I thought we should create a Polish-Kazakh rescue center, rescue and safety center. So on the north of Kazakhstan, there's a center. This is the opening day of the project. We gave them some equipment Unfortunately, the pandemics made it a little bit more challenging, and this was a small training. There were around 300 people for 7 days, and it was important. And it wasn't really effective. We had another project, and then I have 9 instructors who begin to instruct. So 6 of them are here. And this will be in Russian. Under this project, common project, we show first aid before special services arrive. Polish experience was very important. There are 9 instructors from Poland who had a task to show how to perform first aid before professional aid arrives. We show how to, and the most important thing is not to panic and to create. So you don't have to be qualified to do that. We teach normal people. Over than 1,000 people participated. We know theory, but we didn't know the practice, so we achieved a lot of valuable information. And the head, Mr. Skali from Bydgoszcz, together with other cities, carry out these projects. We have one project that is about creating cooperation between Poland and Kazakhstan. We noticed that the knowledge, the practical, the theoretical knowledge was quite good. 10 years ago, we had the first memorandum signed for the development of
К примеру, такие тренажеры польские инструкторы привезли с собой. Стоимость одного манекена составляет 250 тысяч тенге. По словам зарубежных
This is a program showing the details, how much one dummy is, and this translates into a reduction of death rates. So we had around 900 people. And then we had other partners from Astana, from Kazakhstan, and we have the representative here. So and we had more instructors from the European Council of Resuscitation. There was a training for Kazakh instructors who could conduct their own trainings. Then we conducted really big trainings on site. And there's also a big training that has been ongoing for 2 years now, where Kazakh trainers and instructors have been continuing this movement. So we have some data here. We have developed 3 factors. analyses such as stress level, action, algorithms. Thank you to Norway for equipment that you provided. We also have a partner from Zambia. So let's go to Zambia. We can teach students and inhabitants. We can teach them anything that can help. For example, side posture. This is not this one, but here we see members of a local community, a local village. I think it's Mukundi, next to Livingstone, and from the University of Livingstone. It's an economy university. We conducted first aid training. We had what I liked was the openness of students. Those students were very responsive and very eager to learn. 2 years later, we go to Lusaka, in Eden University in Lusaka, and we conduct training for Lusaka. I met examples of lifeguards who were very inspiring to me. And slowly wrapping it up, at the 4th Congress in Szczecin, I showed an example of a problem with swimming skills of students from Kazakhstan. I tried to understand what the problem was about, and there were a few hypotheses. It turns out there's no instructor training system. We can help. So I take one of the top world baby swimming leaders, because if we want to build something good, we need to start with something really good. So we have to also start from the roots, from babies. And we go to Kazakhstan, and with Terry we go into a pool and we train baby swimming instructors in October.
Nie będzie przyciągać dalej, tego nam okazało się za mało, za rok.
Wasn't enough, so next year, to strengthen the system, we go to the Vice-Chancellor Bałżan Zakrian, and we do this project with him, and Terry comes and we carry out the project at a larger scale, 300 participants and 13 new instructors, so new swimming instructors. And this will be the last video. There's no yellow flag yet. This will be in Kazakh, so but you can tell.
Swim with Love әдістемесі аясында 250 студент, 25 оқытушы мен 25 нұсқаушы шетелдік мамандардан тегін білім алады. Мақсат балалардың судағы қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. 27 мамыр күні басталған іс-шара 31-не дейін жалғасады.
Как это делать правильно?
Біз ұсынып отырған методика ғылыми зерттеулермен дәлелденген бассейн.
This video is about why we do it. We talk about the purpose. I'm so happy that the Kazakh TV talked about it in prime time. And thank you, Mr. Bałżan, for your wonderful organization. Thank you very much. And 2 last slides. The most important thing is not to do it, but to present these ideas, to be eager about it, to encourage other people, other partners, so that they are part of the trend, united under water safety. We were participating in the World Rectors Forum that was followed by the invitation, and I was really shocked how easily it was to share knowledge with other people. Now, this is the culmination, and the consequence is as follows. Think about it. Higher School of Economy is a small private university in Bydgoszcz, but it carries out training in Almaty, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, in Ukraine, in Zambia. You all, that you are here, are together, you are united thanks to Higher School of Economy in Bydgoszcz, and I'm so happy that we ranked 2nd in the perspective ranking. This is the most important ranking of schools, professional schools in Poland, so it's the 2nd place. This is an example that the manager, who must be running a 4th generation university, he has skills and competences and speaks languages, he goes places, he knows people. At such a university of the 4th generation, every manager must have entrepreneurship. He must have this charisma and a knack for business. So I wish you that every university has such a entrepreneurial management. So unite for water safety. Thank you. I promised that there would be something unusual, so I'm very happy that during our Congress we have had an agreement between people who have seen each other for the first time and started cooperation here. And they asked me, they want to use this time and opportunity to sign an agreement of cooperation, so we make it possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask the rector of Osh University in Kyrgyzstan, Kurdabi Kazabiekov, and Kazakh Academy of Sports, Professor Bałżan Zakiryanov.
Вот Алмата. Почекай. Астана. Это Астана, подожди. Это вы? Или Астана? Апенс, извините. Апенс. Сейчас вас, да, сейчас вас в другом. Извините, да. Апенс. Tylu jest umów, pan. Tak, tak. Zapraszam pana wicerektora Uniwersytetu.
Vice Rector of Astana, please. Rector, please come forward. Hanat Kasyanov, Vice Chancellor of State University of Sports, together with the rector of Osh University, sign an agreement, and we hope that this project will translate into water safety and safety in general, health and water education.
And we have a second agreement that should be signed between the Osh State University and the Eden University in Lusaka, Zambia. So I would like to invite both sides with the witnesses that has to also be signed under the Memorandum of Understanding. So for Eden University, I would like to invite Vice Chancellor Avan Gandu and the Deputy Vice Chancellor Flavian Bumbangi. And for the Osh State University, I would like to invite the Rector Kudaiberdi Kozobekov and also the Dean School of Medicine, Professor Kalmatov Roman, please.
Szanowni Państwo, prawie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we almost finished our plenary sessions.
Na zakończenie chciałbym wam
To sum up, I would like to say
za chwilę nastąpi mała przerwa, ale przed
we will have a small break,
chcę Państwu bardzo podziękować,
but
że
it is now time to thank you for being here,
i dla słowa zakończenia chcę zaprosić.
and I would like to
Jest zorganizowana przez naszą organizację Wodne Ochotnicze Pogotowie.
invite you to another conference,
Szefa tej organizacji,
and I would like to ask the chief of WOPR, Paweł Błasiak, to say a few words.
Moi drodzy,
Dear guests,
ratownicza rodzina.
you, as we say, my family, my rescue family. I can't thank everyone because it's impossible, but we started with small lectures. Now it looks like we have G7 summit. Alexander, we need to thank this person who is pulling the strings. So let's thank Alexander. Alexander did it all to make it happen. He is, I can thank everyone, but I think that we should thank him. Everyone knows how many phone calls he has made, and everyone was like, oh my God, it's him again. But thanks to this, everything has been organized really well, and it's getting better and better. And Alexander asks me, what can I do better? And I just say, well, just keep the level. You have raised the bar really high. So he's the MC. So let's see each other in 2 years. Alexander, do your job. Please applaud Alexander. Thank you very much for these warm words. I'm so happy that you felt comfortably. Some organizational things. Our photographer said 2 things. Let's take 2 shots. First on the stage, the other one outside, because we need to be agile. Then we will have a pause in the live coverage, and then we will be joined by friends from Cambodia. We have been waiting for them, but unfortunately they couldn't be here. Dear guests, I would like to thank our interpreters, so that they understood everything, I hope. I hope they translated well. And I would like to thank Rafał and his whole team who did the entourage, and it helped us create the atmosphere of this conference. Thank you. And thank you all because without you, this conference wouldn't be possible. So let's take a break, and let's take a photo here.